Okay, sound is on, and I guess I'm ready to show my face here. Alrighty, so welcome to the stream. Anybody that's coming to the stream, actually, let's go ahead and refresh this before I hit chat, and there we go. And I guess maybe I should type something in the chat. Shoot, I need to shrink it down because well, I've got it. Oh, hold on a second. There we go. I'm just kind of doing this rough so I can have the chat up here so I can view the chat. Okay. Stream. Normally, um, people wait for people to come in, but since I have hardly anybody coming in, and I pre-advertise, so anybody that is going to come in is going to come in off the pre-advertisement. They're not going to actually be waiting, slowly shuffling in. I guess I mean if I set up YouTube and stuff to if I set this up to like be scheduled or whatever, um, I still have to start it, but maybe people get notified. So I guess I don't know. Restream it's a little different. They do have a scheduling thing, but I don't think it works for Rumble. I think it only works for YouTube. So I'm not really sure about what to do about that. Anywho, today I'm mostly going to be fixing some code here. Or I'm going to be trying to fix something here. No, I don't need 2D assets just yet. Not quite yet. I'm actually gonna. I don't. Uh, is someone in IRC on Liberia chat under the in the um Blender channel, IRC channel. Not quite yet. I won't be actually won't be needing audio or visual. There's a couple of people asking if I need audio visual, which I will at some point, but right now I have to get this. Let's see if this shows up. This doesn't show up. That's interesting. Oh, it does show up. It's just where it's positioned, I guess. Because I think I had moved it, but since there's some errors here. Okay, so um I'm not gonna reload. If I reload the scene, it's gonna correct the errors, which is fine. Because I didn't mean to do that. Um keep forgetting. Um there's this. So okay, so basically what happens here is no valid editor map scene route available. I think I found out that basically what this does is this does this twice. And because they're both competing, um, it tries to load up both scenes. And even if I'm not using actually, you know what? Let's uh let's do something. Let's detach the script here from the layout tool. Let's see here. Detach script. Okay. Control save. Um, reload. Reload save scene. How come still trying to load editor room? See, that's the thing that gets me here. Well, see, okay, so editor map is the one that's using that street that the thing here. So if I take editor map and I go scene, reload save scene, this works fine. In fact, let's do this again. Scene, reload save scene, and see there's no errors here. And if I go to the 2D you know, everything here is kind of the way it's supposed to be. In fact, it's in the correct position. And then if we go to the layout tool, and let's go ahead and reload the layout tool. Reload save scene. Actually, let's delete all these because it's not supposed to be loading up anything in the layout tool right now. So if I do this and I delete, okay, delete them. I save it and reload save scene. There's nothing there, right? Reload save scene. Well, what did it? Oh, I closed it. I didn't mean to close it, but it doesn't really matter that much. But okay, so notice there's nothing in here, right? Because it's not using a script now, right? And editor map. If I'm switching editor map, let's go ahead and reload save scene. And everything here is working like it's supposed to. So it works correctly. There's nothing actually wrong here, but there's the conflict. Now, okay, so now here's what I do. I'm going to quit. I'm going to exit. And then I am going to go and restart it. And I'll still get the same errors. And I'll tell you, it's funny. It's funny because of the way. Well, okay, no, I don't get those errors. That's kind of interesting. Well, what was weird about that? I'll have to try something now because that's unexpected. That shouldn't have done that. I mean, honestly, it should have done that because there's no conflict here. But here, I'll just do this. Okay, layout tool. We don't got layout script, right? Okay, good. I'm gonna delete layout tool. Remove. So we got editor map. Okay, so we got everything like it used to be. So I'm just gonna go ahead and close it, and I'm gonna reload it. Okay, so no errors, right? Everything is like it's supposed to be. Everything is going correctly. Now, let's create a new. Wait, I gotta do it in the scenes folder. Let's create new scene, and it's going to be a node. Okay, we're gonna again call this layout tool. Tool. That. I'm gonna say okay. All right. Now there's this weird thing here. Drivers Unix file access Unix.cbp 388 failed to get modified time for scenes layout tool.tscene. Okay, I'm not sure if that's something that's indicative of some errors, or if that's causing other errors, or if it's just not a big deal at all. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and hit save. And actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna reload it. There we go. See, and this is what happens. I create a new scene, um, save everything, and then I pull it back out. Now, the thing that gets me here is it's running editor room, but it shouldn't run editor room because there's nothing in here. There's nothing. I mean, the plugin is running probably. Plugin create enabled, created. No valid editor map scene root available. Editor map entering tree. Instance editor map ready. Has loaded rooms false. Editor map clearing 0 rooms and ready. Deferring load all rooms to next idle frame. And then this invalid tree thing here. thing that gets me is connected selection change to editor selection, clearing 0 rooms and exit tree. I mean, I kind of I don't get why. Like I said, here I'll show you the plugin code. Custom save. Okay. Enter tree plugin enabled. Button created. Add control to container. Button visibility. All that stuff. We're adding buttons to the editor. Editor map equals get tree scene tree edited scene room. If not editor map or editor map.name does not equal editor map, print no valid editor maps scene root available. Return. Okay. Connect buttons is a separate function. In fact, this is a modified version that Grok had modified when it was trying to fix something or trying to solve something. I forget. But in any case, it's not going to connect any buttons. So you're not going to have any buttons since that's because of that. So if I go to 2D, here, let's go to editor map though to make sure. If I go to 2D, well, it's still there. I mean, the buttons are there, so they're actually added. Oh, but there's no connection. That's right. No, yeah. So look at this, right? And I thought before that it was doing double. It only does double when I'm actually using a script. So I'm not using a script in layout tool. So layout tool, editor map, entering tree, move button, connection result, mismatch between doors and door visuals for room, all that stuff. Right? So this is all messed up, right? Now I can reload this as a save scene and it works fine. I don't get why, you know, because this isn't doing anything. This is just a node. This is just a separate scene in there that's loaded up. It should not have any effect on anything. Now, like I said, we have the plugin, the custom save plugin, right? This connects buttons. We have a return here, so it never gets to connecting the buttons here. Process. If current editor map, return. So this returns here. Exit tree, if button. In other words, if they exist, remove them. Okay. If current editor map does not equal editor map equals current editor map. I wonder if this has something to do with it. Although, we're still looking at the rooms. This has nothing to do with this here. Data.tree is null. Invalid access to property edited scene root. And this is an editor room, 682. It's like they're not there. And that's only because I loaded up with this new scene that I added in here. So I don't understand why it's doing that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and ask Grok. I'm going to go ahead and give it the output. Okay, so this is, okay, so it's almost noon on Monday, June 23rd. Okay, so now we'll revisit problems, and I'll give you the order of operations and the output, and maybe you can give me an idea of why it's erroring. But first, let me give you the sequence, because let's see why it's erroring. Because I can get it to behave properly, but let me tell you this first. Please acknowledge. Will it say so it doesn't give me advice or whatever? Okay, so before anything about a layout tool or separate scene were created, it loads like it's supposed to, loads the plugin properly, loads the editor map, loads all the rooms, and everything functions like it should. Please acknowledge before I go on. I don't want it to give me a bunch of advice and stuff, so I keep on asking it to acknowledge that, and then it kind of does, even when it gets a little verbose still. Okay. I said that before creating layout tool or any separate scene loads correctly, the plugin initializes properly, editor maps, loads all the rooms, everything functions as expected. Buttons for save room, room visuals, share the sequence of operations, output where the errors occur, and I'll help input where they're happening. Okay, so if I go to my scenes folder in the file explorer, whatever, redot calls the window in the lower left half showing the file hierarchy, and I select create, I select new, I right click, select new, and then scene, then I select what node it has as a base. I usually choose node, and then I type in layout tool, which becomes the file name, the layout scene, and it names the root node layout tool. Nothing else in it. Create it, make sure it's saved, although it doesn't technically need anything, doesn't technically have anything to save. Then I exit the redot editor. Then I restart the redot editor. And when I do, I get this output. Please acknowledge before I share the output. I would want to go in short steps so it doesn't, take away, go away with me. choose a node as a base, layout tool, saving the empty scene as node, no children or script. Exit redirect, restarting the editor creates a minimal. Right. Okay. So I was gonna say something though before I did that. Oh yeah. Also, before I share the output, keep in mind that if I reload the saved scene editor map scene, right? That's editor map? Yeah. Um, then I get no errors and it loads as though I had started it without any extra scenes, just like it works before adding a new scene. So everything works okay, everything loads correctly. So I can make it work just fine. I'm finishing up phase right now, and next month is bodies. Maybe some concept art or comics would be appropriate, like concept that can be drawn in a way that. Um, I'll hold on a second. Yeah, I'll get back to you then. Um, so everything works okay, everything loads correctly, so I can make it work just fine, like it's supposed to. But every time I start cold, uh, every time I start cold, these same errors, the same output pops up. Please acknowledge. Additional context. After creating a new layout tool, you get errors and outputs. However, if you reload editor map in the editor, no errors occur. It loads correctly. It does before working as expected. Errors consistently appear in cold start. Layout tools project triggers errors during readout startup, possibly due to a plugin or app tool scripts, but reloading. Oh yeah. Maybe. Oh, that's right. That's what I was thinking. What was the problem before? Was the it was the tool script. So tool script means it runs, right? Uh, but that being said, um, yeah, really, it should mean okay. Okay, so I'm guessing I'm figuring this out. I'm thinking this out. Okay. Um, I'm guessing what happens is these are tool scripts. That means they run in the editor whenever the editor is running. In other words, and I could probably restrict it maybe to probably restrict it to editor map whenever editor map is not. It's got to be, editor map is loaded at the same time. So what it's doing is it's running editor map and then it's trying to access the currently edited scene which is the layout tool scene, which has no rooms, has no extra stuff on it. And so it's trying to run script. It's running the tool script. It shouldn't be running the tool script because I don't have the tool script attached to the layout tool. But somehow it's doing it anyways. Okay. One more thing before I post the actual output. My running theory is that theory is that being a tool script, it's tempting to run the scripts being tool scripts. It's multiple scripts because it should be running the editor map, but it's somehow editor room and stuff. It's running those for some weird reason. It shouldn't be doing that either. But when layout tool is in focus, when the layout tool scene is in focus, it's trying to access non-existent data, leading to these errors. But when I reload save scene, I'm then in the editor map scene. It loads all of the rooms, and that's why it's working fine. My only issue is that I don't attach. Greetings, Crasher Hole. Welcome to the stream. I suppose you're almost time for dinner or just after dinner, but anyways, I am trying to fix an error, sort of an error. It has to do with using tool scripts in the Redot editor, which is it's the same as Godot. Really hard to use the phone after dinner. Okay. So yeah, so I suppose you're using it. Maybe you're using it afterwards, because right now it should be what like 8:30 about now. It's almost 8:30. Where you over there? Just after dinner though. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. You can come in whenever whenever I'm on and you can get to it. That's cool. So don't sweat it. You know. I mean, it's your house phone, and mom probably rules the house, and so I understand completely. Okay, so let's see. That's why it's working fine. My only issue is that I don't attach a script to the layout tool scene. Have some time before going to sleep. Cool. Well, I'm trying to fix it's kind of a bug here. See all these errors here? In fact, this is editor room errors though. And I don't get why it's somehow it's running the editor map script because it's a tool script, which means it's running it in the editor, which means attaching it to the scene doesn't seem to be affecting anything. The game is going fine. I haven't got that much further along because I'm still trying to fix these errors with. What I'm trying to do is I'm going to build a layout tool, and I didn't want to make a separate project for the layout tool. So I figured I could just create a scene in here, a separate scene, and then I could work on it, and then I can always run the scene by itself, and and that would work. But I'm having problems because I'm using tool scripts for the editor map, and tool scripts run in the editor. So that's why I can. That's why I can actually. Oh, you can't see it here because it's not working. Or actually, that's the layout tool. That's why. Um, I have to. I have to reload this to actually be able to see anything in here right now. Right now, it's cleared out. But the all scenes it's the scripts are running regardless because it's running in the editor because it's a tool script. So um but anyways, the game's going okay. It's kind of coming along slowly. I need to fix this. I want to fix this problem here first, or at least decide whether or not I'm gonna do a completely separate project for the layout tool part. Which I might have to do. I might end up doing that, and then so I can work on the game proper, and then I'll have the editor map, and then I'll have the um, I'll have the new layout tool separately. I figure it out eventually. Yeah, I guess I'll figure it out. I'm using Grok still, um, and I'm trying to tell it some contextual information so it can help me figure out what to do about it. I kind of know what's going on. It's since it's a tool script. So basically, tool scripts allow you to run script in the editor, right? This is the same as Godot, at least 4.3. 4.4 is a little bit different, and Redot hasn't got past 4.3 just yet. Okay, so basically, I'll go ahead and do this so you can see it, and then I'll have to restart so I get these errors popping back up. So let's reload save scene, okay, and we'll go to 2D map, and if you notice here, everything is cool, like it's supposed to be. Okay, so basically, let's go into here. Let's go to here. In fact, let's zoom in on 13 here. Now, if you notice here, this text here up here at the top, Hubert decides to try a. Okay, so that's basically the text that shows up here. Have you heard about the plane crash in India? Yeah, I heard about it. I heard about the one survivor, which seems kind of odd to me, but yeah, that was pretty bad. It's been all over the news. Actually, it's in a sense it's kind of old news right now. I'm sure it's not old news for you, but uh, halfway around the world, it's after we heard about it and stuff, people are the news cycle churns, and basically we're on we're on the Iran Israel thing and all that stuff. Um, anyways, yeah, it seems a pretty devastating crash. It's kind of weird that it only crashed after takeoff though, and it's also weird that there's that one. It was Allahabad, my city, of course. Every bad thing is attracted to me. I'm sure that's not the case, but yeah, I mean that's kind of too bad if it's if it's near where you live and stuff. Wow, crazy. And I don't know. Have they found out anything? Have they found out what caused the crash or whatever? Because it sounds like it just started just after it took off. Um, so yeah. Anyways, not to be callous or whatever. I gotta get back to this. Yeah, yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great. You and your family are safe. Obviously, if you weren't, you probably wouldn't be talking to me right now. So that's cool. Yeah, yeah, that's awesome that you weren't hurt by it. Okay, so this is description. This is like 5 lines of the description here shown up. Now, if I go into here and I change this, if you notice, it's changing the text on here, right? So I say, what if I say Harold, right? Um, See, it changed it in real time. That's what a tool script does. So when you set something to tool script, it means it's going to run in the editor. That means that whenever I update stuff in the inspector, it actually shows up here. Now I actually had to do the code to actually update the text. But updating the text being a tool script means it updates it in real time while you're watching it. So that's what a tool script is. And because it's running all the time, or it's running however many times a loop or a second or whatever that it's called, or whenever it's called, it's run multiple times. So so that means that what happens is, don't save it. Okay, I'm gonna restart it. So because of that, now well, see, I don't get the error now. See, I got the error. That's because everything is there, right? Okay, so let's do this a little bit differently. If I go over here and I go back over here and I save it and I close it. Okay, that's another little bit of information I actually have to give to Grok to be able to help me. Now it should error out again. No, it didn't error out again. Okay, so it does it once then. That's kind of interesting, actually. Okay, it's a new piece of information I have to give it. Okay. One more thing that I just discovered. After doing it once, when I reload, it's a catching problem is what it is, isn't it? However, something new just popped up. It's no longer erroring out when I reload, when I do a cold start. So it's only doing it initially. Something to do with caching or something. My running during readout startup when layout tool is in focus. They try to access non-existent data, causing errors previously editor room. Reloading editor map T scene puts the editor in the correct context. Loading where it worked on suspect new development. Cold starts no longer producing errors. Only the initial creation of layout tool did, suggesting a catch or editor state issue. Theory about tool scripts spot on. The catch insight aligns with the readout's behavior. Please share the output from the when the errors occurred. Is any current output if different, and next steps in your sequence. Well, your typing is fast. It's not that fast. I mean, I guess I don't know. You're still in school. Um, maybe it's because I'm older than you. I'm like probably like twice as old as you, probably. Um, and I did take a typing class in high school, and that was back in the '90s. And I actually flunked out of typing class, believe it or not. We actually used electric typewriters. They were actual typewriters, but they were electric, which means that I guess it's supposed to be easier to type on them. I don't know, because it's electronic keys and then it sends the thing and it does the thing. I don't know what makes them any better, because the old manual typewriters, you actually have to push down the key and it actually, puts the hammer up, kind of like you're playing the piano or whatever. But the electric typewriters, I still had you still had the pound on the keys though. The electric typewriter that I was using, it was like chunk 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 chunk, and I actually actually fell out of the class, which is kind of goofy if you think about it, because it's just typing. So now I'm fairly fast. I'm not super fast. I'm not like secretary fast on the computer. So I could be faster, but I'm fast enough for regular stuff. So yeah, yeah. It's just practice basically. I do think the typing on the typewriter actually helped though, because they were harder to press the keys in than it is a computer keyboard. Let's see. Okay, I need to actually recreate this. Recreate the scene. I need to actually recreate the scene uh, in order for the errors to come back. Sit down and talk to you about the old stuff, as you're twice as old as me. It'd be fun for sure, just yapping. Yeah, I'm sure. I'll chat anytime, I guess. Yep, I was around before computers, basically. Well, technically it's not before computers. I was born in 1975, and so there were a few kind of home computers like the Altair or something, it had switches and no monitor and no keyboard or anything like that. So I really grew up in the kind of the early days of the kind of the home computer revolution kind of thing. The Apple II was out in like 77 or something. So, but I didn't actually start. Actually started on a Commodore 60. Well, that's not true. In grade school, I actually we had Apple IIs at the school, and so I played on that for a while. But my first dealing with computers was a VIC 20, and then a Commodore VIC 20, and then a Commodore 64 later, and then later a regular PC, IBM compatible, which is it was my first IBM compatible was a 286. Well, actually, that's not true either, because my dad had a 10E 1000HX, which is technically a IBM compatible, you might say. To MS-DOS based computer. It's an 8888, I think, processor, and so yeah, that's my computer history basically. So I kind of grew up with the computers, so it wasn't necessarily before computers, but I was at the time of the start of computers, basically. Way before the internet, way before we had smartphones. We used to have corded phones. I actually, a long time ago when I was a kid, we still used rotary dial phones. Not so much. I mean, touchtone phones had been out for a while, so it wasn't like everything was rotary. But there were still households that still use rotary phones. I think we had a rotary phone at one point. So, anyways, I need to get back to this. I need to get focused on this. Okay. Uh, Thanks for the clarification. I see you recreate. Errors no longer appearing on cold starts. This supports your theory. Maybe triggered editor state issues. If you're following step, I'll wait for you to recreate the scene and share the output. Uh, um, what I just shared was the sequence. So now it's just the output. Let me recreate it. Just a moment. Um, well, initially, I never had my own phone until probably, let's say, it wasn't very long ago. It's like almost when we moved here. I think it's when we moved here to Florida, which is about 2014. So I didn't actually have my own phone then. It was essentially my dad's phone. My dad had a flip phone, a Motorola flip phone back in the day, and then later on we had a BlackBerry, and then finally we got an LG when we got here. So it was like 2014 before we actually had a smartphone. And before that, it was touchtone phone. Like I had a home phone, like a landline, right? So and we did have a cordless phone, but it was still linked to a landline, basically. Right right now, of course, I have a smartphone like anybody has. It's kind of an older one, but it is a smartphone, anyways. But yeah, I was around when all we had was like the flip phone. So I still had my home phone. My dad had his flip phone for work, basically. That could take a few pictures and stuff, and then the BlackBerry later could go on the internet um, briefly. That was actually kind of fun. And anyways, let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go to layout tool, Control S, save scene. Let's go ahead and let's do another cold start here. By the way, I was thinking about buying a laptop for the start of my game dev. So what's your PC's configuration? And by the way, uh, I use Unity for my starting. Unity is fine, I'm sure. Any of them are good. Unity, Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine, I guess, is a lot more complex, right? Because it can do kind of the big 3D AAA title stuff. Although they do have blueprints, which means you don't have to do much coding, and I'm sure there's tons of tutorials and things. I played with Unreal back with Unreal 4, Engine 4, I think. So it's not really that much different than the rest of them. So yeah, you just pick one. Unity's fine. You could pick Godot if you want. I'm using Redot Engine just because, partly because of their drama and stuff, and just partly because it was a new thing. Somebody, they had made a fork. And originally they forked Godot because there's some long-standing issues that the maintainers of Godot weren't addressing, like errors and stuff and improvements and stuff that were long-standing issues that they had wanted to get implemented. And so when the drama with the community manager, like, and the person running the X account was banning people left and right and stuff, they decided it would be the time to fork it. So and these are really easy to use. The Godot and Redot, they're really easy to use. But you can certainly use Unity. There's tons of resources. They got library things and then tons of tutorials. And I've even used Unity myself a little bit, and it's fairly straightforward. So yeah, use it. You can use pretty much anything. I got a actually. You know what? I don't have anything that would actually show my specs right now. I got 32 gig of RAM. I don't even know what speed it is now. I have to actually find a piece of software that um, can give me my hardware info. Basically, I'm running a refurbed NVIDIA RTX 3080 Ti. I think it has 12 gig on it. And I'm running a Ryzen. I got the new? Did I get the new one? I did get a new one. Ryzen 7. Uh, Mine's the 5800, Ryzen 7 5800, I believe. Uh, which is I don't know. I don't remember how many cores. I don't remember anything because I've been working on stuff, and so I haven't dealt with what all my computer has. It has 32 gig of RAM. It's a Ryzen 7 5800 processor and NVIDIA RTX 3080 Ti, basically. They're pretty much the same. Redot is a fork. You know, Godot is open source. That means that anybody can fork it, and then they can modify it and stuff. And so, uh, my computer is parts and stuff. I got it for different parts, so I can't even exactly remember. You know, it was I don't know, it was about $300, and that's US dollars for the processor and uh I don't even remember. I got my video card as a refurb from a friend, and I got that for about 300 when it was, going for like 1,000 or something if you bought it new. So, uh, yeah, I don't even remember. Uh, honestly, I don't remember all the prices I spent and everything. It's been a couple of years now since I had this, so I can't really tell you that much as far as the what would be the current prices and stuff now. And I don't even really know how it translates to Indian, rupees or whatever. There might be a one to one. I mean, it's not going to be a one to one translation of the rupee versus the dollar. I just mean the price equivalent might be the same. I don't know if it is or not. So yeah, yeah, $1 is a dollar, and I'm not sure where the term "buck" came from. That has something to do. It might have had something to do with when they were trading furs or something, or skins or whatever. So deer skin, you know, it might have been something like that. But even most people don't even really know where the term "buck" came from. So yeah, a U.S. dollar. Sometimes we call them bucks. You know. Anyways, you should be able to get something decent for around 1,000 US dollars. And again, I don't know how it translates. You might be able to even go budget and still get something decent. Out and always laptops are a little bit more spendy than similarly powered desktop PCs. So $1 is 85 rupees. So I'd say I don't know. You might be able to do good for $600 to $800, maybe 600 to $1,000, somewhere in that price range. Certainly do better with more money, or and you can make some compromises. Um, but that's as far as I could tell you right now. I'd have to look again. I haven't looked at prices in a long time now. Okay, so let me open this up again. And oh, there we go. There's the error again. Oh, yes. So I was able to recreate the errors. How about that? Without actually having to recreate the scene. So that's interesting. Okay, another interesting thing happened. I I saved the layout tool even though I didn't make changes, and then did another cold start, and the errors are back. And let me do even one more test to see if I can recreate the errors, because I suspect it's not tied to the saving part, since there wasn't actually anything to save. Okay. So I got to check something again, which is, let's go to the editor map. Let's go to scene. Reload save scene. Everything's back like it's supposed to be. That's correct. Okay, I close this. Then I do cold restart, and then it shouldn't give me the errors this time, I think. You can certainly do a refurb. Just be careful which one, make sure you look at reviews and stuff to make sure that where you buy it from is reputable. Okay, so you notice there's no errors here, which is interesting. Now, if I do this, if I go here and I exit, see what happens when I do that. I'm going to suspect that the errors are going to pop back up because the layout tool was the thing here. Of course, I didn't save it because what happens is the rooms and stuff are cleared out, but let's see if it errors out again. Yep. Okay. Okay, so this is confirmed. If the layout tool is in focus, that is, I'm on the layout tool and I close the editor, cold restart, then the errors come back. When the editor map is in focus, that is actively being edited, and I quit and restart, it works like it's supposed to. So now I can share the output. The confirmation actually being edited. The errors appear, however, when editor map. Strongly supports your theory that the @tool scripts likely are triggered during readout start attempting to access non-existent data when layout tool is the edited scene causing errors. Okay, well, okay. Possibly they run the editor when their scenes are loaded or referenced. When readout starts with layout tool in focus, last edited scene, returns layout tool, which lacks rooms or editor room instances, likely accesses, e.g. functions, expecting editor map or rooms, but gets null, invalidated, causing errors like invalid property access, yet data trees, null. Checks. I don't think that the plugin's doing anything though. Editor state catch, returns, room clearing. Add null checks. Since layout tool T scene is in focus, causes editor room.gd to error by accessing a null edited scene root. Add null checks at lines safely handle invalid editor context action. Since you haven't shared the editor room.gd code, I'll provide a generic fix. Oh, no, you don't need it. See, this is the thing that gets me. I didn't ask it to do that. So now I can share the output. Gonna be lunch for you. Had your dinner yet? Um, yeah. Actually, we only right now only eat 2 meals, so it's essentially lunch that's for breakfast. So and it's usually kind of later in the day. So I already had my lunch essentially, or my first meal, um, prior to getting on here. My dinner isn't going to be till about 4 or 5 o'clock my time, and you'll probably be in bed already. It'll be like the next morning or whatever for you, almost. Going to sleep now. Okay, well, have a good night, my friend, and I'll see you whenever you pop in next time. Bye. Okay. See, okay. It's putting all this bunch of stuff. I don't really want it needed to do that because this is not going to. This isn't going to help me exactly. I mean, I'm asking it to help me, but it's like, okay, editor map looks fine when in focus. Plugin working as expected. Missing data spot on. Analyze. Okay. Analysis of output. Plugin enabled. Custom save runs. This button connection is intended. Editor map loaded. Triggering editor map G tool code. Clear all rooms. Errors. Repeated errors. Parameter data tree is null. Invalid access. I created and load, but returns null because layout tool is focused. Repeat. Selection signal suggest connects to selection change may trigger editor room GD's editor code. Y errors with layout tool. Yeah. Runs. Getting null. Catch state. Um, Multiple instances. Add null checks in editor room.gd. Maybe this is a chance to actually learn how to use GitHub to split off a branch. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I want to do that or not. Hmm. Okay, invalid context, multiple instances. Add null checks. Okay, update null checks. Um, I've not decided whether I want to implement these null checks, although certainly might cause it to stop sparking. Spark. Squawking. How you squawking? Squawking. It's not skywalking. Squawk. Squawking. Squawk. Not swag. SQUAWK. There we go. Considering whether or not to separate to create a separate project. Whether or not to create a separate project. Or something else. Would there be a way to tell when I was tabbing away from a certain scene? Including creating a separate project or exploring other solutions. To avoid tool script issues. Following step-by-step approach you haven't committed to fix or respect your deliberation and provide a reason. Upstream null checks. Quick fix prevents errors with skipping invalid editor context. Preserve existing code. Minimal changes. Adds conditional logic. Might prefer to avoid. Doesn't address root cause. Use case best if you want to keep layout tool in the same project and quickly stabilize it for testing. Create a separate project. Pros isolates, cons duplicates assets. Ideal if you want to complete separation. Something else. Modify. Could address root cause. Let's see here. May require deeper changes. Debug prints. Let's see. I have to decide something here, though. What time is it? 12:30? 12:39. I don't suppose there's a way to make tool scripts conditional. Since apparently attaching a script doesn't preclude it from being run even when something else is being edited. Even when an unrelated scene is being edited. Does allow conditional execution of tool scripts. I'll explain how to achieve this to prevent from running when layout tools focus since you're using step by step. Okay. Inspecting get edited scene root, verify if the current edited scene is intended. Is an invalid scene or parented correctly. Correct scene is active. The issue here is that editor maps GD's tool runs load all rooms during startup. Instantiating editor room nodes would trigger GD's tool code, expecting to be editor map, but it's layout tool, causing all errors. By making editor map.gd conditional, we can prevent load all rooms when layout tool is focused, stopping editor room errors without modifying the editor room GD extensively. To only execute tool logic. Enchanted lands. Yeah, not. I mean, it's all editor specific code, though. That's the thing. Oh, crucial check. Um, the thing is that it's all editor specific code. Um, guess I can do a check in every function in editor map. Um, hmm, where it doesn't execute not the correct class. Um, But there's the issue of not to mention problems I would have with duplicate tool scripts. That's what I was trying to say about doing a completely separate classes for the layout tool. Okay. In fact, when I had duplicated editor GD as layout tool GD, it would execute twice, and both would not work correctly as well. Though I haven't really tested let me think about something. I might have come up with a solution, which is something that I should have done, or at least I was starting to do anyways. Have a possible solution. Don't provide any code, but give me some options here. But come up with some options. Separate project for a layout tool. Putting shared assets. If you want to be in it, best for long term. Yeah. Okay, so my possible solution is not really a possible solution. It is, but it isn't. Because what I want to do is I want to completely remove the way visuals and stuff are handled there. And so the idea was I was going to do a separate scene that pretty much did the same thing, but removed that code. But in order for them to coexist, I need some way of turning one off and the other on. I could do that literally by I could do two things. One is I could make the editor and the room and door, the editor room and door classes, separate classes for the layout tool that would still work exactly the same way. But and then I isolate them to making sure that they only worked. They only loaded up stuff when their respective classes, root classes, were the correct name. In other words, layout tool when layout tool, and editor map when editor map, and would be able to decipher between both. In other words, it wouldn't do any actions. It would actually just like return. In all functions, it would return if it wasn't the correct scene, basically the correct edited scene. And so that ways, when I have them both loaded, it doesn't matter which one I have in focus. It will go to the correct. It will execute the correct deal. It would still try to execute both scripts in the editor, but it wouldn't do anything because okay. Disable at tool for layout tool script. Editor time visualization of rooms. Requires a test scene. Single tool script with scene specific logic. Factor editor map.gd to handle both editor map tscene and layout tool.cc in one script using conditions. Check get owner name or scene file name to execute different logic. Full editor for editor map, no lines. Rex for layout tool. Attach the script to both scenes roots. So they'd be using the same script, but I'd be dividing up the logic depending. But scripts centralizes logic, reuses editor room door with conditional visuals, minimizes changes, increases complexity, branching for editor map versus layout tool, risks of subtle bugs if conditions aren't robust, still runs at tool code requiring careful editor and content checks. Best if you want one project and one script but are comfortable with managing conditional logic. Requires tweaking. New classes for layout tool. Layout room, layout door scripts. Standalone without at tool or with conditional editor logic. Use at layout tool.tscene with layout tool.ged. Manage those, avoiding editor map conflicts. Isolates customize requires new scripts, increasing code maintenance, may duplicate functionality. Set up time for layout. Manual scene management. In the same project, but avoid focusing it during editor startup. Editor map tscene is default open scene and manual instantiate layout tool and testing at runtime. Workaround rather than fix, limit editor time. There's another option, or you could call a slight addition to the that's option 5 with separate bag. Hate that. Separate PAR should be PER. I get it. It's like part, right? Separate, divide them, whatever. But my mind always wants to put an E instead of an A there. I know it's spelled with an A, but my mind always wants to do that. So it's easier for me to type separate with an E, which is incorrect spelling. It annoys the crap out of me. That's option 5 with separate room and door classes. However, I'd still have to figure out how to handle the fact that that tool is still run for both. I think, and it would be a bit of extra maintenance as well. I could probably make sure each scripts only executes code if it's the proper scene. That is, the layout scripts, they make sure that the name is layout tool, and the editor scripts in editor map. Several extra lines of code in each function that will return if it's not the proper scene. It's a little extra work, but this would stop the and both tool scripts would still run, but it means I can have both in the same project. I can have editor related functionality in the layout tool. Let's see. Editor related functionality in the layout tool, at least until it becomes sufficient enough that I can drop the tool script for visualization. Am I making sense? Kind of weird to say, am I making sense to an AI, which is a language model, which means it's not making sense of anything that I'm saying. It's just coming up with the right phrasing, eventually it comes to the right phrasing. Okay. We're now just about 1 o'clock, and of course I didn't get that much done today so far, but half an hour till my break. Well, it's give me a lot of guff, a lot of stuff, not guff. It's not guffing about, it's stuffing about. Okay, well, we had a conversation in game designers. Probably the dumbest thing I've done with this job. Some logs. Some backup to memory. Right, too. Okay, well, The conversation in game designers has nothing to do with me, which is fine. Anyways, and if Rook stops in here, it'll be right about the time I'm doing my break, like usual. Okay, looks like it's done. So let's go all the way back up to uh thanks for the thoughtful addition. Generally, you make perfect sense. I understand you're proposing variation of option 5, where you create separate classes, keep the and same project tool scripts to prevent conflicts. You'd add conditional checks in each script's function to ensure they only execute when their respective scene is active. Checks for layout tools, the edited seam root, editor room, and checks for editor map. You recognize this adds maintenance overhead, extra lines in each function to check the scene, and that both that tool scripts would still run, but allows editor-related functionality in layout tool while keeping everything in one project. Also considering dropping that tool for layout uh, visualization once it's sufficient, since you're following a step-by-step approach and want to explore this hybrid option. I analyze its feasibility, address the at-tool execution concern, and provide a small non-code step to validate your approach, keeping your goal. Now, your idea is refined version. Tell you to keep both tools in one project. Here's a breakdown core idea. Create layout room and layout door scripts, possibly extending. It doesn't have to extend. It's just going to be a duplicate, but I'm going to be taking stuff out that has to do with the old way of rendering um, door visuals, basically, door and lines and all that. Keep editor room for also that tool, and each script functions ready for layout room, layout door. If editor interface get edited seam root, that name does not equal layout tool return. If editor interface does not equal editor map return, use layout tool.gd and editor map as tool scripts with their respective scenes with similar scene specific checks. Feasibility conditional at tool execution. Readout allows us via editor interface get edited scene root checks as you suggested. Each script can skip execution if the wrong scene is focused, preventing errors. Single project, keeping both tools in one project is viable, as readout handles multiple scenes. Conditional checks avoids conflicts without needing a separate project. The at tool enables editor time display of panels, which you can then later disable at runtime if visualization suffices. Reusing logic if layout room / layout door extend. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that though. I'm not gonna reuse logic. I'm gonna duplicate it. I don't have a problem with duplicating that because they kind of do different things sort of. As you know, um, every function is repetitive and increases code complexity. You need to ensure all editor specific functions are guarded. Both at tool scripts run even with checks. Readout still executes at tool scripts for all loaded scenes, which should cause performance overhead or subtle bugs if checks miss edge cases. Signal conflicts. Editor map.gd connects to editor selection change per output. Make sure your editor room code when layout tool is focused. You need to guard signal handlers in both sets of scripts. Well, yeah. Feature at tool removal, factoring to work without editor context to be complex if they rely on intervision. Well, no. I mean, it won't be because I'm actually going to be developing. Like, for instance, I don't have the editor hint thing. In other words, all the code is being executed, which means any drawing is going to draw, right? But in order to be able to run it, to be able to say look over the whole thing, I have to add a camera in. It's got to be able to pan and zoom, just like the editor viewport does. So I have to actually manually edit that in. But all the stuff, the lines and everything, they'll already be working. They already work in. They work in the editor. They'll work in the actual scene. when it's being run. Next to feature at tool removal. Skips for editor map preventing such errors. Layout tool scene. Editor map is focused. Running loading rooms. Reuses editor room / editor door logic. To minimize repetitive checks, you could create a shared function, valid scene, and a global script or base class called by each function. Yeah. Minimize repetitive checks. It would mean I'd still call the function in every function, but it would only be one line, whereas the actual check is via the function. Editor selection change. Optional editor visuals. Get owner.name. Robustness, fine. Validate conditional at tool approach with a prototype plan. Outline a prototype plan. Action. Define layout room, layout door. Decide the extend or standalone. List key functions. Needing conditional checks. No visuals. Enable panels. Oh, that's right, because all right. Yeah. Note visuals. Enable panels. Disable lines. Plan layout tool.gd similar to editor app, but loads layout room layout door. Include load all rooms equivalent layout tool check. For editor, identify functions. Identify check mechanism. Choose condition. Consider a shared function. Yeah, that's probably alright. Test minimal setup. Create a temporary layout tool scene with layout tool.gd. Add a single function with the condition check to debug print. Valid skipped if not. Open layout tool. Cold start. Verify no editor room.gd editor switch editor map. Evaluate. Assess if the conditional approach feels maintainable. Or checks needed. Both at tool scripts running. Checks or prefer an alternative. E.g. no tool for layout room. Share. Your prototype plan. Perfect. Proceed with the conditional at tool. Switch to another option. Possible editor room. Okay. Okay, let me think here. How I want to do this. Um, Before doing anything, you or me, it's probably a good idea to implement the null checks that you suggested earlier, right? So the first thing we can do is make sure that it doesn't access anything that's null. Correct? Implementing null checks is a sensible first step to prevent errors. This approach addresses the immediate issue of editor room trying to access a null when layout tool is active without committing it to new classes or separate project yet. Low risk way to stabilize the editor while you consider hybrid option 5. Immediate fix prevents crashes by ensuring editor map skips editor specific code. Layout tool is focused, addressing the errors in the output. Minimum change doesn't alter editor map or custom save, preserving editor map t-scenes functionality. Supports your plan, stabilizes the current. What is going on here? Is there something? It said, oh, connecting to your channels. Is there something not working? That's weird. Okay. Yeah, it said reconnecting to your channels, and I don't know. It was still working, so I don't know if it's some weird restream thing or whatever. Streaming still seems to be working, so I guess everything's okay for right now. Anyways, okay, minimal change supports your plan, reusability. Do we want to add null checks in editor room.gd? Okay. Add null checks for editor interface. Defined. Yeah, you don't need to provide anything. That's the thing that gets me. Okay, I'll go ahead and provide it with the code though. I can do that. All right, so let's go to script. Let's go to editor room. Select all. Copy. Here's editor.gd. Please, let's see. Just tell me where to put code snippets, not whole blocks of code. Okay. Okay. I don't know why it needs to do all the stuff, but okay. Um, Get tree, edit seam root. It's because is null when layout tool is focused as editor maps, so instantiates room editor room nodes. Triggering these functions, null checks will skip problematic code when edit seam root is invalid. Insert if h box block. Um, what to insert? No, I don't want to do that. No. Instance valid self. It is being freed. I don't need to do is editor it. At least not at this point. Really, I just need to check for null. And actually, if it's null, then just return. I think would be the best way. Return to prevent errors. Makes sense to quickly stabilize while you consider the hybrid option. Yeah, yeah. Get tree edited seam root. All of it's get tree edited seam root. Insert a null check before the assignment, then for I. Huh. Um, Recreate layout tool. Okay, I can do all that stuff afterwards. Okay, so let's just do the thing. you know, let's get edited scene root, right? Where is it? Get tree edited scene root. Get tree root. Boom data. Okay, so create door some specs. Door specs. Okay, how come you didn't mention 9279? It's in create doors specs. There, right? Yeah. Um, after creating the door. Um, would that not also need a null check? I mean, obviously it creates the door, but it can't set the owner. So I mean, I don't know exactly how. That's a sharp catch. Cause the same error. Oh, because it wasn't explicitly listed in the original error output, but given similarity to the owner assignments, is a potential error point. Right, oversight. Ah, one query left. Okay. That's okay. It almost corresponds to my break. Okay, so basically, so would I need to not create any doors if the edited scene root isn't valid? Or do I just simply not assign an owner? Probably after this, though, it'll be done and I'll have to stop. You're wondering whether to skip creating doors entirely or just skip assigning the owner when is null. Since you're following, let's see. What it's called. Likely triggers editor nodes. If null the entire block. Prevents door related errors. Simplifies logic. No editor door nodes are created. Might break the layout tool if it relies on doors for runtime and feature editor functionality. Could just shut room data.doors consistency. Skip only owner assignment. Check get tree pros allows editor creation edition no change, only skipping the editor specific owner assignment. Supports feature at tool logic. Cons doors are created without owners, which might cause editor inconsistencies. Scene tree issues. If readout expects owners for child nodes, other door related code might still error if not properly guarded. Skip only owner assignment is safer. It provides creation. Okay, other null checks. Already protect. All right, ensuring doors don't. Layout tool scene needs doors. You can revisit door creation logic later. Okay. Other locations unchanged. Okay, got it. Okay, we'll do that as the first deal. We'll say our root equals get tree dot edited scene root. Okay. Then we'll do here is if root, then user owner equals root. Else print what is how did it say to print? Editor room skipped door owner. Okay. I don't need to do that. Probably a wrong quote, if I remember right. It's probably where. Okay, where it is. There. There we go. Yeah, it has a tendency of doing that other weird character. Um, didn't need to. I did it this way instead of using continue. Oh. Oh well. That's alright though. That corresponds exactly to my break. Hello Gaming OS. You making some kind of game, bro? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing, alright. Um, yeah, unfortunately, you hit me at my break, so I'm gonna be gone for about 30 minutes, and then I'll be back. So um, you can hang around. It's cool. Just leave it idling in the background because I will be back in about half an hour. But I need to take a break right now. I need to get some coffee, and I've been working on. There's a bunch of bugs and stuff here right now. I'm using Redot. I'm building an adventure game, and right now it's basically just a choose your own adventure. So it's not like a full adventure game like games from the early '90s, late '80s, early '90s. So it's not fully interactive. It's just a basic like kind of choose your own adventure right at this point. It's going to evolve later. But in any case, uh, he's Crasher Hole was from India, and they're they're like late at night right now. In fact, he's about 8.5 hours from my time zone. So uh, right now it's what was it? That would have been 8:30, 9:30, 10 o'clock. So it's about 10 o'clock. He actually went to bed and stuff. So yeah, my the game should be cool. Eventually. Right now, I'm working on a Well, this isn't working right now because I'm getting these bugs here. But in any case, I need to go on my break. So hang around, and I'll catch you in about 30 minutes. Or don't if it, if there's 30 minutes is too long or whatever, which is cool. And just pop in and out whenever you feel like it. But thanks for joining in. So I'm going on break right now. I'm going to cut the mic, and then I will be back in exactly 30 minutes. Okay, mic back on. Okay, so here I am back again, and I know it's a little bit past 30 minutes, but I was drinking some coffee. Dad woke up. We were watching a little bit of news, and now I need to get back to this. Okay, let's go to the next. Okay. So, I wish I hadn't run out of free stuff there on Grok, because I'm just deciding whether or not to. I guess I could do it at the top here. And not worry about the rest of the. Okay, let's just see something here then. That's the same thing. Door visual. Update door visuals. Container. Create a new container. New door visuals if there are doors. I wonder if I should just like I said if okay. Um Move child. This is after freeing everything. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say this. Var scene root equals get tree uh got edited scene root. If not scene root, return. Okay. Um, Now we can make this scene root. All right, let's make that scene root, because by this time it should be fine. And honestly, I could have just left it. I could have just left the thing there. But okay. The same thing with this. Control C. will be scene root. Okay, so let's go ahead and this is in the same update inbound visuals. Okay. And where's the same code up here? Do that. Okay, update inbound visuals. Do that here. Okay. And then we'll do 3. We'll do the same thing here. Control C, B, scene root. F3. The same thing here. Okay. All right, update door lines. Okay. Clear, remove child. If self.room data.doors is empty, return. We're also going to do the other thing here. And we're going to do find next. Oh, right. Then Control C, V, that, da 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 da. Okay. Da 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 da. Okay. Okay, that's way up there. Update door lines is a big one. Okay. Scene root. I don't know that this is gonna fix a lot of things, but should the editor room stuff, it should fix these. Should fix a couple of these things, I think. So go to editor map. Scene. Let's clear that out. Reload, save scene. Everything's good. Go to 2D. Everything in here is hunky-dory. Okay. Okay, now let's go. Now let's do the thing here. And that is layout tool, which is blank. And let's just go ahead and close this. And my mic is up, right? Okay, good. Sorry, didn't say back. Welcome back, Rook, to the stream. Or good evening to you, or whatever you want to say. It's afternoon here still, but yeah. So what I'm going to do here is I don't expect it will necessarily remove all the errors. It might remove all the errors because it's all editor room. So we're gonna see if it does or not. All I did is check for null, so I don't know how it's gonna behave. 270. Oh, that's interesting. Tree is null. Is that here? Let me check something. I guess. Um, is that what the output that I posted here? Um, be the big output box all the way up here. If I can find it. Okay, there we go. No, that's not the output. Um, page up. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Uh, uh, uh. Now I gotta find. Where is the output that I outputted? That I pasted. Dang. Um. There we go. Edited scene root on base project object type null instance. So the error wasn't checking for null. The error is whether or not um all right. Um get tree edited root. Okay. Okay. If get tree colon. Let's go ahead and add this in, and let's go ahead and do a else print get tree returned no. Skipping door owner set. Okay, that's all right there. Get tree. Okay. scene root. Okay. Just trying to figure out the best way to do this little thing here. I gotta check for null and get tree, not unedited scene root. If the tree is there, then the edited scene root is probably there. So I don't actually need that redundant check, but that's okay. We'll just do it anyways. If get tree then else return. So I can just copy this. This is probably redundant here, but I'm just going to leave it in anyways. And I'm going to see if I can find the... We're going to add these in here. Oh. I still need to... Thanks, Rook. Scene... No. Let's do that. There we go. Control C. We're going to find the next ones. And we're going to go ahead and fix this to B. The same thing here. B. Okay, so the first thing I want to do then is I want to, let's clear this out. Let's switch to editor map. Good, scene, reload, save scene. Everything looks good. We're going to close this. We're going to do a cold start. Okay, still no errors, which is fine. Then we're going to go to here. We're just going to exit. We'll do another cold start. Less errors now. Still errors, but less of them. Data.tree is null. That's in node.h. Parameter data.tree is null. I don't need to. Um, Data tree is no. Load all rooms to next item frame. And then it creates the rooms here, which is proper. So now I guess I need to isolate what is causing that, and then see if I can't guard against it. Then at least those errors won't be yelling at me. And then I can go on to the next thing, and the next thing is to actually create I'll essentially create a duplicate of everything. I'll create a duplicate script for the layout tool, call it layout tool instead of editor map. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, I was thinking about creating a helper function to make sure that the right thing is on the right thing, basically. So, and that will actually be at the top of everything. So um, basically ready, and basically most of the functions, for instance, in editor map that are system functions, um, will just will return so that nothing loads when it's not time for it to load. I think that's the best way. Okay, so let's go to load all rooms. Load all rooms. Running load all rooms instance. Oh. Somehow load all rooms is not running for something. We got call deferred. Deferring load all rooms to idle frame. Hmm. Mm-mm. Instance editor map is loaded rooms false. this is the thing. I don't really know. See, that's a header file. The node.h header file. Parameter data.tree is null. So I'm not entirely sure. Hmm. Parameter data.tree is null. Deferring roll rooms to next frame. Called deferred has loaded rooms equals true. Something changed to editor selection. Okay, well, I guess I'm getting the idea of in between where and where this is happening. So go to ready. We're in ready. Clearing 0 rooms. Okay. For room and rooms that get children. There's no children. If not, has loaded rooms. Deferring load all rooms to next idle frame. Parameter data.true. Data.tree is null. Oh, let me think for a sec. Um, rooms.set meta. Let's do here. Let's do something different here. Print call has been deferred. Okay, let's do this again. Call has been deferred. Except load all rooms is not been called. Deferring. Um, data that tree is null. I'm not sure if I can even pick it up here just yet, but E dot 4.3 video 4.3. What does that mean? The get tree method is being called on a node that is not currently part of the scene tree. This typically happens when the node is not properly initialized or is being processed before it's added to the tree. This error can occur for several reasons. One common cause is attempting to call get tree on a node that has not yet been added to the scene tree, already been removed. I'll see if get tree is even in here. So get tree. So get tree is not even in this. Hmm. That's not working either. Would this happen with a call deferred? Or is it due to timing issues when the node is not yet fully within the scene tree or is in the process of being removed? Hmm. So directly calling it tree. Stable nodes is a parent node or how to load singleton. Hmm. Hmm. Um. Okay. Hmm. Call the oh, call the bird. I have a function to load up some data. Let's put into a called deferred call. Um, when I see what is it called? Let's see. Let's put it into a call deferred call. I get the error parameter data tree is null. This is where it seems to be localized. Okay. Video appears stalled. Oh, there it is. Just the message then. Yeah. It's that there's nothing wrong. I just okay. To be honest with you, uh, I'm like falling asleep in my chair again. Well, I'm not really falling asleep, but I want to. My eyes get sleepy, and so instead of just um instead of just like falling asleep on camera there for a second, I put on this hold for a moment, please, where the webcam is gone there. I'm still doing stuff, so you can still hear me talking, and you can still see stuff going on the screen. But I um, I'm actually just trying to make sure I don't fall asleep on camera, basically. Okay. get tree. Tilgers the timing issues. Yeah. I'm not using get tree. The code is literally 8-hour snooze stream coming up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need to make sure that I go to bed at a reasonable time. That's really all it is. It's just it's myself, you know. I don't know. It's just I watch TV. We eat. I watch TV. Then Dad goes to bed, and then I got a little bit of time I can stay up, and then I'm most of the time I'm doing this or I'm doing something um like lawn work or something, and so I don't have much time to like screw around looking at watching some videos like I like to watch sometimes. So sometimes I stay up a little bit later than I should, and when I do that, of course, the next day I'm kind of crapped out. My mind's all crapped out and whatever. Really, I'm just kind of sleepy though right now. I'm not. My mind is okay, I guess, as far as things go. I mean, I feel normal. I'm probably not at 100% capacity, maybe, but I don't feel like mentally slow today. It's just I'm sleepy right now. That's all it is. The code is literally using call deferred to call a function I have for loading data. Here's the snippet. We're going to do this. So so both print statements are printing to the output window, and the data. Wait, I guess I can just do it. Data.tree is null. Data.tree is null is printing in between those two print statements, indicating call deferred is where I'm getting my errors. Let's see what it comes up with. Even when that direct use of getTree typically occurs when a node attempts to perform an operation that implicitly relies on being part of the active scene tree. This can happen in methods. Deferred calls involving scene transition timers or no manipulation outside the usual life cycle. If a node is temporarily removed from the scene or is being reinstantiated, any deferred call that depends on the node's presence in the scene tree may trigger this error. Common workarounds to ensure that node is fully part of the scene tree before invoking such operations. You can add a check using is inside tree before calling call deferred or similar functions to prevent this error. Additionally, handling scene transition to defer from the persistent node or an autoload singleton can help. Okay, is inside tree. Currently inside a scene tree. See also get tree. Okay. We'll say if inside scene tree one call deferred. Else print call the load all rooms not deferred. And that will just be to me okay, let's do something else then. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna close it and do another cold start. So oh, still there. Um is inside scene tree. Try this again. Okay, is inside scene tree. That means it is. Huh. Um let's look that up. Calls the method on the object during idle time always returns null, not the method's result. Deferred calls will be run on our left. Current data.tree is null. Hmm. See, whenever I use call deferred, I always get a problem. I always get an error. Let's do something here. Let's load all rooms. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to work. I'm just in fact, this was probably used to fix something. But I'm just kind of curious as to what would happen if I just called it directly. It might just flub on me, but nope, it did not flub on me when I did that. How about that? Now 2D isn't going to show anything. Script. Now if I go to editor map, okay, no error still. Reload save scene, okay, still no errors. 2D looks fine. Huh. Must have did a call deferred to fix some sort of error or problem, and so I might just leave it like that because it seems to have fixed the problem. But we're gonna see here. We're gonna do a couple cold starts here. So let's go ahead and start this up. Whenever it suggested doing call deferred and I used it, it always caused me problems. And I know I have a call deferred in there somewhere that works fine, but for some reason, I mean that. Okay, so it's not loading the rooms though. That's interesting. Huh. Save scene. But then this works. So that's the difference, isn't it? If I save it here, close it, and restart. No, it's not there. That's interesting why it's it's very interesting. That was probably why not as loaded rooms. Interesting. 27 rooms. Okay, that's just weird. Um, Interesting. Why is exit tree triggering anyways? That's weird to me. Exit tree should not be. Yeah, I don't know. Goblins knows about to leave the scene tree. Upon freeing scene changer or after calling remove child in a script. See, the purpose here was to make sure I didn't have any uh, lingering stuff in the scene file at the end. So the idea was that you remove everything so that on startup it starts fresh, and when it starts fresh, then it can look up everything. Well, it's here. It's doing it. It's starting fresh and stuff. Then it's exiting. Oh, it's just weird. It should not be calling exit tree unless I change scenes. I think. So I am not sure what's going on here. Hmm. Boy, got a whole lot of nothing done today, right? Um, Now I got 15 minutes left that I'm, supposed to be here till, 3:30, and I'm kind of early now because, um, yeah, Saying 27 rooms and exit tree. So, I have these room instances that are loaded up and then purposely removed when exit tree is called. The problem is it seems to get called even though I'm just starting up the editor. So all the rooms are cleared out even when I just start up. Removed from the scene tree, such as when using the remove child method. However, there have been reported issues regarding whether exit tree is called, particularly when starting the editor remove child nodes. States that in Godot 3.1, exit tree of a parent node was called before its children, which is different from the behavior in Godot 3. Okay. Using free inside exit tree cause crashes. Importance of understanding the life cycle of nodes and the implications of removing or freeing them in specific contexts. Four point three. Nodes are instantiated and added to the scene tree temporarily for preview or editing purposes. If your code adds or removes child nodes during ready or other early lifecycle methods, or queue free or remove child is called during initialization, this can trigger exit tree before the scene is fully loaded or visible in gameplay. If your room nodes are part of the script that autoloads or initializes during the scene editing, they may be instantiated and then removed or freed even before the game runs, invoking the exit tree. Especially common if you're dynamically loading and unloading rooms during ready or via call deferred. If not has loaded rooms, call deferred, load all rooms. And load all rooms creates and then possibly removes or frees room nodes. The editor may execute logic during scene load even before you hit play, which can cause the exit tree to be called unexpectedly. Guard initialization logic against editor mode. Wrap your deferred loading logic in a check to ensure it only runs during gameplay. Yeah. That's really not helpful either. I don't know. I may just have to call it a day early here. I'm just getting kind of annoyed though. exit tree, exit tree. Let's see something here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and restore this back to I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Do that. And we're going to do that. Okay. Just go ahead and close that. I don't know if Grok is ready. It might not be because it's supposed to be like 2 hours, so it might not work. But just in case, I'm going to start. Okay. Let's go to Layout Tool and close that. Start. Okay. Most null checks are in, and now I get this error. This happens. Um, and all deferred code all rooms. Update. Trying to access a scene tree, but likely be a get tree or node operation when it's null, possibly because the editor context is invalid during the deferred call when layout tool is focused. Since you're following a step-by-step approach to stabilize the editor, all I know is an error. Try minimal action to fix it. Error. Call deferred, load all rooms. It's called editor maps ready. Yes, when layout tool is focus, editor map.tscene's tool script runs. Okay. It's not even getting there though. Load all rooms is not even executing. It's got a print statement at the top. Actually, you know what? Load all rooms, right? Load all rooms, load all rooms. Okay. 304. Print running load Okay. Do this. And let's go ahead and cold open. Okay. Okay, just making sure. And it's not even running. Okay. Analysis. Isn't running no print statement output. That means the error is triggered by the call deferred itself, likely because get tree is null when ready tries to schedule the deferred call. Context. In editor map.gd, ready contains call deferred. When layout tool TC is focused, script runs null or valid during ready, causing the error at the engine level. Relies on the scene tree to queue the function call. If get tree is null or the code node isn't available, valid in the tree when ready runs. Due to layout tool invalid editor context, readout fails. Likely running editor context for layout tools focus causing editor map to initialize prematurely without a proper tree. Null checks in editor room prevent downstream errors, but the error now points to ready or its deferred call. I guess I could say, all right, fine. Uh, oh, where was I? Um, enter tree. Oh no, ready. Ready there. That's right. Okay. Um, get tree on the third. Let's move this and be that get tree else print tree is invalid. Okay. Okay, let's do the same thing. Oh, yeah, there might be a deal. I'm not sure. That's true. Rooms that set meta. That shouldn't be it. I think I know what's going on. What if no? Call's been deferred. Rooms that set meta should not be. It's like if okay, so if I lock this, saved it, restarted, shouldn't have any effect, and it doesn't. This has nothing to do with it. Hmm. I don't get it. Okay. I just checked get tree, and apparently it's working fine. Honestly, supposed to be quitting now, but just the scene tree is valid when scheduling the call, but becomes null during the deferred execution of load all rooms. Or another tree access some elsewhere is causing error. Since you've confirmed load all rooms isn't executing, no print statement from its top. The issue likely stems from the deferred call mechanism or other part of editor map.gd. Error. Driving me nuts. Yeah. Being valid and ready. Call deferred is failing when C tree becomes invalid during execution. Another tree accesses a signal handle trigger when layout tool is focused. Even if get tree is valid and ready, C tree might become invalid by the time load all rooms is executed. E.g., if editor map.gd's node is removed or the editor context changes during startup layout tool. Uh, Other tree accesses. This error might not be from call deferred, but from another get tree call and editor map, such as connecting signals, node operations in a tree, plugin influence. There's no little rooms doesn't execute. If it executed, it would have printed something. It doesn't. Yeah, I already did. Huh. Load all rooms does not execute. Huh. Um, Here. I'll repost editor map script and the output. Oh, the output. Probably gonna quit here in just a second. Um, the output reveals critical detail. Load all rooms. It's executing contrary to earlier reports as shown by running load all rooms and subsequent room creation messages, but the error occurs before a call has been deferred, indicating the issue isn't in load all rooms itself, but earlier during Ready's execution. Multiple error repetitions suggest a loop or repeated tree access failure. So you're stabilizing, okay, yeah, stabilizing, blah, blah, blah. Plugin initialization, runs, creates buttons, prints, no valid editor map scene route available. Because layout tools focus, editor map lifecycle, enter tree, ready, editor map As loaded rooms falls, parent map, clearing 0 rooms and ready, deferring load all rooms to next idle frame. Repeated 100 times. Call has been deferred. Indicating get tree was valid. Connected selection, exit tree, clearing 0 rooms, exit tree. Load all rooms, running load all rooms, create rooms, and logs missing destinations. Error timing. The error occurs after deferring load all rooms to the next idle frame, but before a call has been deferred, meaning it's triggering and ready between lines. Okay, yeah, I get that. Suggests is being attempted to context in a context where get tree is intermittently invalid or another tree access fails repeatedly, possibly due to editor initialization quirks without layout tool tcene. Since get tree is valid, per call has been deferred, error likely comes from set meta, which accesses the node's metadata via the tree. That's just the rooms node, and I commented that out, and that didn't seem to do anything. Editor selection, that's a possibility. Accessing may involve tree operations. Layout tool.tscene root node may confuse the editor, causing get tree to fail intermittently during tool script execution. Third call succeeds after the error, suggesting the tree becomes valid later, allowing load all rooms to execute. Possibly an editor map.tscene is processed. Layout tool is focused, runs prematurely. Layout tool that tscene lacks an editor map root, yet editor map.gd runs. Editor map.gd is ready. Is our debug print until start ready? Check if get tree is null. Add debug print to track execution. Insert checks for get tree being null and optionally is inside tree. If invalid, print a skip message. Clear all rooms is defined. Clear all rooms is a separate function. Oh, it's almost 3:45. I need to quit anyway, so looks like I need to call it a day. So I'll chat with you tomorrow about it. Thanks. Okay. Alrighty. And this fixes when I load in things, so I might just have to like live with it. Anyways, I gotta do my little recording here thing, so give me a few minutes. Today is Monday, June 23rd, 2025, and today I didn't get a whole lot done because these errors keep popping up. And that's just because I have another scene. This layout tool is just a scene. There's nothing in it. It's just a node, single node. And since the editor map and the room and doors are tool scripts, then it's attempting to load the tool script, but nothing is in layout tool, so it's giving me errors. But I still can't figure out where or what's causing this data tree error, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. But so I didn't get that much done today. Anyways, that's about it. All right, well, that's gonna do it. Gonna do it for today. Um, I'll try to see if I can fix it tomorrow. I'm gonna have to do something soon though, so I can get back to actually working on the game here. Just gonna live with it because I can still use it. I can reload. If I reload the scene, everything loads up, and then I can go ahead and work on the game from there, and then we can figure out what to do after that. Anyways, so thanks for watching. Thank you for watching.